Welcome everyone. Welcome to a rainy Sunday evening. We're gonna do some sound design, we're gonna make some stuff, and yeah, just play around with some sounds and some stuff and see what works and see if we get something cool. Welcome. No real plans today. I think I want to explore some Granular stuff. I've been doing that in the last weekend. Making a bunch of long files with resampled Granular stuff that I can chop up and use later. I've been making some bass stuff as well in the past few days, and I like it. I've made a whole bunch of different sort of like bass grooves that I kind of like. And the one thing though that I keep coming to is that it just doesn't work for how I make tunes, starting with the bass. And that's just because I need a vibe, I need a mood, I need something that interests me. And I would always say like bass design has never been my strongest point. I like it though, I like doing it, but I need something that sort of like captures my ear first in terms of like atmosphere or something like that, and then I can sort of like start playing around with bass underneath that to kind of see what works and where that leads me. You can't see me, I know, because we are just getting started. So, as much as I like doing bass sound design sessions, they are good for making patches and stuff like that. And just practicing in general. But I'm at this point where I need to work on like things that are gonna are gonna inspire me as much that it's gonna lead me to a tune, if you get what I mean. And that's not gonna be like just a bass line. A bass line is, for me, most of the time it's gonna be something that supports what the other things are doing. And what the other things are doing, especially the feeling of a track, dictates what the bass will do. So, yeah, I want to do some more sound design that might lead us to an interesting vibe, an interesting mood, an interesting feeling, I don't know. And just show you a little bit of how I do this, what I've been doing in the last few days, and how I've been doing that. Last stream we, after Friday's stream, I stopped the stream and I was like, damn, that must have been a really boring stream for people to watch. Like, it's still available for you to watch if you want, but it's literally just 5 hours of me chopping up an audio file. And I was like, that's interesting. But I still like it though. But today, let's just switch over. Can you guys say something in the chat? Because the chat is not showing up. Either that is because something is wrong, or it just needs to load the first messages. So if you guys can chat, then we can see if that works. Now, when I say like a vibe or a mood, it's usually something that, well, usually something that's either melodic or atmospheric that will make me go, oh yeah, that's nice. Or it could also be maybe some interesting drum groove or some interesting thing. But yeah, Pigments is a really... it works. Okay, good. Pigments is a really good way of quickly finding like an interesting thing. I have a file right here to show you something with. I did this earlier today. I have a whole long file, again, just like the one that I chopped up on Friday. I have a new one that I made from a different piece of music that I found on YouTube. And I think I can play it during the stream here. The chat broke. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's because last stream we had the chat froze, and I think I changed the settings. So now every time I switch between different camera views or different scenes in my OBS, it resets or reloads or refreshes or something the chat window, which probably removes all the messages that are in the chat. But whatever. Then at least it doesn't freeze, so that's good. I don't really switch between things that often, so should be fine. But yeah, like when it comes to granular synthesis, because I think that's what we should get into first, because that's something that I think, in my opinion, is one of the easiest ways of getting to something that is interesting, or at least something that is going to inspire you in a way that it's going to be unpredictable slightly, and you're going to get results that you might not have expected at first. You can't really pinpoint at the start what you're going to get. And there's, of course, other effects like that as well, things that you can do. But granular synths is a really great way of I don't know, just creating an interesting sort of like thing. So let's open up an audio track here, and let's also open up a MIDI track, and let's give that one a different color from the sidechain one. We're not using sidechain right now, but so I have a piece of music here. Let me drag this in. You can see from the title, this is a very this is a Japanese piece of music, so I hope we can play it without getting any copyright issues. I think we can. So it's basically just a piece of, yeah, what is it? I'll play it a little bit. Just bring it down a bit. So it's basically just that. So it's some kind of jazzy, not even jazzy. What is it? More like a ballad kind of thing. And there's even drums in it, as you can hear. There's like that hi-hat going on. So let's just not play too much of it, because I don't want to get into any issues before we even started. Let's take Pigments. And this is just ripped from YouTube as well. I literally just go on YouTube and just search something that makes me go, that has an interesting sound. Download it, grab it from YouTube, and just put it in your folder of potential stuff that you can throw into Pigments or whatever other synths that you use. So let's just grab a new preset here and switch that to a sampler. And I really don't even care about what the key is at this point. I'll just drop this in the sampler, create a long note on the key of C3 so that it just plays the sample in its original pitch, and then I just start messing with it, basically. I can always figure out the pitch later, I can figure out what it is, but, I mean, we can already, well, I know what the pitch of this one is because I already did it, but we'll do that in just a bit. So, let me grab that piece, and just drag it in here. And I'm gonna turn on the granular thing, first of all. And let's create a nice long note here. Just on C3. And we can mute that one. In fact, we can just delete it, because we can use the audio track. And this audio track, we're gonna have this track listen to this track. So it's basically going to record this track. But first, what I always like to do when I do granular resampling is put some reverb on it, because usually it just makes it all sound a lot better, right? And you just can hear better what it would sound like with some reverb on it. So just take like a reverb, and I group this so that I can put the reverb on the group and not on the track itself, and that is going to come in handy in just a bit. So let me grab a preset, something like that. Let's bring it down a bit so that we have a little bit of reverb on that. And what we can do then, and this is what I mean, we can take the output of track 7 right here, and I'm going to just say pre-effects. Well, you could put the reverb on here, actually, and do pre-effects, and then it should do it without the reverb, but I like doing it here. If you want it with the reverb, just take the output of the group, of course, but we are taking the output of that track, which doesn't have the reverb on it. So now, we can just loop that, and just arm this track, and we don't have to arm that track, we can just let that play. And first things, I'm gonna change a couple of things here. So by default, this is the volume shape it gives to every little grain that it's going to create. I like to choose one of these so that you have a little bit more volume. And then you have this control, whereas with this one, it just does that. So it kind of gives it a different shape, but you don't really, you can't really get more sort of like sustain out of the grains. Whereas with these, like that one is a bit more rounded, you get a bit more control. So I like one of these. Let's just use this one. And a couple of things. Let's bring this down, the randomness of these. And let's put that one in the middle so that we get 50% of the grains are going to play forward and 50% of the grains are going to play backwards. That gives us a bit more, well, a bit more of an interesting sound, I feel. It just makes it less consistent as well. We get more randomness because some of the grains go backwards as opposed to the other ones which go forward, so that's good. The amount of density here, it's now going to control how many grains it will create. So if I play this now, you can already hear that it starts triggering a couple of grains. It's a little bit quiet. Let's take, this is another thing that I like doing. Take a trash on the same group. Just set that to multiband. And we're just gonna beef this up a little bit. So maybe that one. Maybe electric trash right here. And then on the high, we'll do the same one. So that we get a bit more of the frequencies coming through, and we can also hear a bit more what the noise on top does. But you can hear what it's doing, right? So it's just generating that grain, and if we change this, you can kind of hear what it's doing. But it starts becoming a lot more interesting when we boost this up into like this kind of a range where the grains start overlapping each other, and it becomes more of a sustained tone. And we can do this, now they start overlapping even more. And the time is the length of the grain, so if we bring this up, now they start really overlapping each other. But you can also hear that it starts going into some of the other pitches in the file, so that's also something you might want to not do. So I just want to... That sounds about nice. So right now it's still triggering the grains from just from the same spot. Every grain is starting from the same spot. Maybe there's a slight difference between the ones that go forwards and the ones that go backwards, but they're all starting from a very similar position in this waveform. So it doesn't really sound very pleasant at the moment. It's very static still. If we introduce a little bit of randomness here, and depending on the length of the file, you might need more or less random start position. I'm just saying, the longer the file, the less of this that you actually need for it to start sounding interesting. You don't want to bring it up too far, because then it starts jumping around in the file, and if there's a lot of different pitches and chords in the file, like with a full track, you'll get all kinds of stuff, and it basically becomes unusable because it just jumps to different pitches. Can sometimes be nice as an effect, but most of the time doesn't really work. You kind of want to have a setting where it introduces just enough randomness so that it doesn't sound static, but it still stays roughly around the same spot in the waveform where you set this position. So if we go too far, now we get just all kinds of different pitches, right? But if we keep it around here, you can hear that hi-hat coming in every now and then. So that seems about right. Now, we can now start scrolling through this and finding positions that we like the sound of. And instantly we'll have different chords that we can sample out of this. So let's just see if we can find one. Now, to do this, by the way, I'm holding Control on my keyboard. I guess that's Command on Mac. and then clicking and changing the start position, because that gives me finer control. And you'll see that sometimes just a single position, like a very tiny little change, makes a huge difference to the sound. And sometimes you'll get a very clean note, and then one little tiny tick on that knob is just already completely breaking it apart again and makes it sound really nasty. So let's just find one. So Control and start moving this. Now this file has the hi-hats in it, which sound a little weird. But if we put this somewhere where there's no hi-hat, suddenly it becomes clean. Do you hear that? There is already the hi-hat again, but if we back it off, right between it, it's pretty clean. So you could have this could be a note you can sample, for instance. Let's move on. That one. So again, you kind of need to... There. That's the same note, but it's almost like the filter has opened up a bit more. There you got another sort of like interesting note. You can hear some extra instruments coming in here, so there the vocal changes in the original thing, or is the vocal? I'm not even sure if it's a vocal, but there you got another note that you can record. There you got one with a nice sort of like bass tone underneath it, and you can hear how there's chord changes in this file, and that's gonna give you different chords as well, so you can then sample it and then find out what those chords are later when you start using them. And when that high note changes, it also changes sort of like the chord of this drone. Whereas in the original piece of music it might just be a very short little thing and it's just a lead melody. Here it becomes part of a much longer sustained tone, so it becomes a chord. And that is something that... See here, for instance, where that... Here you have a very almost light sounding one. Don't mind the little hi-hat piece in here. I would advise you to try and find something that doesn't have any drums. That is just like, you know, something that's just instrumental music, or ambient music is great. Piano music, stuff like that. That's always good. Or if there's like a section in a track where there's no drums, that's also good. For instance, this one can still work, but you can hear the hi-hat in it. It's just giving us that very it almost sounds like a nasty digital distortion, but it's basically just a hi-hat. But you can hear right here there's no hi-hat playing, so it sounds pretty clean. But then the moment we move this again, there you have another one. See if we can get it without the hi-hat. There. Might have to decrease the start position, the random start position, ever so slightly, so that we get a little bit more room to work with. But that one just sounds slightly different from the one in front of it. And if we move it again, there's another note coming in. So here, for instance, you got the same top note, but with a bass note coming in. So you can use that again, sample a long note of this. And that's what I would do. I'd just find a couple of good positions where it makes interesting sounds, and then sample a long sustained tone of that. Especially with this one, like right here, I can't really move it around a lot because then we get the hi-hat coming in, right? So I would find a couple of positions that I like the sound of and then just sample a long section. And then you can use that audio and just fade them into each other and do all kinds of stuff like that to make like sort of like almost like chord changes, basically. So there, you have another one. There you got another one. And you can see we're literally still at the start of the file. We got this entire file to go through if we want. That one is nice. See how different positions now create different chords? There's another. There's no top layer here. Ooh, that's nice as well. So that's one. I already did this one, so I'm not gonna do this too long. I'm also not recording this one, as you can see. I already have a really long file of this one. As you can hear. But just to show that this works with pretty much everything, let's do something. Give me a country. Give me a country. A country I know nothing about. Come on. Give me a country. And I'll open up a YouTube browser real quick. We need a country that we can look up some traditional music from that I know nothing about. So give me a country. I know somebody is watching, so come on. the lag between the first one. I'm just gonna pick the first one. Uzbekistan. I like that. I like that. I definitely don't know all that much about Uzbekistan. Traditional Uzbekistan music. There we go. Come on. There we go. Well, I am going to mute the audio from YouTube real quick so that I can play this without getting any issues. Let's see which one looks good to pick. Let's go to this playlist. Let's see what we got. Oh, that's perfect, mate. The first one, that's perfect. So, just copy this. I'll also tell you about a little website. Loader.to. Loader.to. Right here. Because a lot of the websites that just converted to MP3, right? This one has WAV as well, so that's great because Pigments doesn't accept MP3s, but it does accept WAV files. So, there we go. And we'll just record this. You haven't heard it yet because it's we need to make sure that we don't get any copyright issues. Look up that name if you want to hear what the track is. But I literally just looked up traditional Uzbekistan music. So, download. I'm going to do that one real quick so that you don't see my download folder. I'm not sure what's in there. So it's still downloading. It's obviously going to be a bigger file. I'm not doing this for the audio quality because it's YouTube, so it's not going to give us a good audio quality to begin with. But that's fine for this kind of stuff. Like, it really doesn't matter. So, let me put that in my folder. Right there. Okay. So, just to see that this literally works with everything, as long as you find something that isn't too busy of a mix, but even then it sometimes still works. So, let's see, where is it? Right there. Put that in. So we really don't have to change anything. That's the beautiful thing of this. We can just take a new piece of music. If this one doesn't work, just take something else and just record again. So this time I am going to record it because I haven't tried this one yet. But let's just record and see what we get. Go all the way to the start. I like that ambience already. It's very dark. Oh. My bad. My bad. Should have unmuted that. I'll do it again. I'm also gonna boost the level a bit because it's really quiet. So let's just gain that up a little bit, like that. So let's just see. And let's record. So, this one has a really dark atmosphere right at the bat. Listen. That's interesting. Let's move on. So here we get them vocals. Let's see what we get with. We don't really need that lot of randomness on this one. The file is probably longer than the other one. But alright, already here you can hear this is a beautiful, so like vocal drone ambience that we have here. And let's see what happens with the start position, because changing this now while holding control so you get a lot of fine control is going to make huge changes. See, that's one tick from 0.084 to 0.083. Look. Different chord altogether. It's that little bit of a difference a lot of times when you do this with full tracks. And then maybe 0.085 is going to be a different one again. Okay, no. 0.086 is though. See how very tiny differences. It is very similar to Granular, yes. But I feel this is a lot more stable and a lot easier to use. Plus, this is more than just what Granular can do, because here we also have just a regular synth, right? So we also got just like wavetable and all that kind of stuff. So you can combine this with that kind of stuff as well. Listen to that. And I'm literally just making tiny changes on the start position. See what else we get. That one is nice. Yeah, I know in Granular you can FM stuff, yeah. Like, that's pretty sick, stuff like that. You can make such weird sounds with it. Yeah, well, that one worked actually pretty well. There's some pretty cool stuff in there. You can do this for as long as you want. Literally, you can just go through the entire file if you want. Like if you find a really good one that has like clearly plenty of good stuff in it, go through the entire thing. Just sit there for whatever it is, how long you need to do it. Because you're probably gonna find like a couple of really good bits that you will use some kind of way. But you can also use this for like I don't know, changing your samples. Like just working with samples that you own already and just making them more interesting, I guess. So let's see, what do we have? We have some instrument loops that should work. Yeah, so just some random instrument loop. Yeah, for instance, drop that in there. You can see this one is really short, so we can get away with very little random start position. Or we need more, actually. Yeah, we need more for it to do randomness. Beautiful thing about this is you can also sync it. So we can sync this, and then we can, for instance, set this to a ratio. So a ratio of 1/1, and then sync this, which is pretty cool. So now it's literally just synced. You can take data timing if you want. See, so there's a lot of options you get with it. I like most using stuff that is like full, I don't know, full things of tunes. A bunch of weird stuff here, like all kinds of weird Japanese music. Like that is usually works very well. See, that just immediately gives a more interesting sound, because there's a lot more of a denser thing happening. There's a lot more stuff in this track, right? So immediately gives you more stuff to play with. But you can hear, even with it synced, it sounds really nice. Like we get that flume kind of effect, right? That flume does a lot. Backwards. This one sounds really good, actually. There were some really good bits in there. It's still a bit stormy out here today. Do you just chop them with simple sampler, or what's the next step? Whatever, you know, whatever works. Can be chopping up the audio, can be putting it into a sampler, can be anything. There we go. Those there are the nice bits. You do want to have a little bit of randomness, but not too much. See, that's too much. And unsyncing it allows you to get these effects, of course. Now note right now, if I bring the density down so the grains get longer, the ratio, because this is the size, because that is set to a ratio, is going to increase. So if you don't want that, you want to make sure that this is also like that, so you get the bigger gaps instead. Right, so you can already see, like, if you map these things, like the density, the time, and the start position to a macro, couple of macro knobs, you've got yourself a sort of like insane thing, and map it to a MIDI controller and just go crazy for an afternoon. And you'll have so many cool sounds. Go back to that synced rate because I kind of like that on this one. See, and during this, it's just literally recording everything. I don't really care if I'm going to use it or not. I'm just going to have it. And one day I'll come back to it probably and be like, oh, yeah, I remember I made that. That one is sick. Where it's a guitar coming in the original piece of music. You can hear there's a little bit of a guitar tone in this part. Like electric guitar. Not distorted electric, but like clean electric. You can hear it come in there. See? See, so every time I find one of those positions, I'll just let it be there so that it records a sustained tone with that sound. It makes it easy to work with later. Like if you're continuously just moving this around, a lot of times you'll be going through the file and you'll be like, oh, that was a really nice sound, but then it's not staying on that position, so you only have a very short bit to work with and you need to loop that over and over and over again. But then it sort of like becomes obvious that it's a sample, that it's a loop. Whereas with, like, if we let this play, because these random start positions that are introduced, and they're very small, but because of those start positions, it's never going to be the same. It's just, well, eventually it will, but it's just it doesn't sound like there's a loop going on, right? It's just a continuous tone that does change a little bit, but there's no clear looping point because there is no loop. But of course, when you have it in a sample and you've only got a very short bit, you can't really do that, and you have to make work with that loop. What you could do though, if you found a good position in a sample and there's no like long, holy shit, and there's no like long sustained tone, it's just put it again into pigments and then just put it in that position and just set it there so that it creates a long tone. Not sure why I stopped it, but anyway, let me put this. Let's put this somewhere. Yeah, not sure why I stopped it, because I was just getting into the part where we have good stuff, so... Like, this sounds beautiful. Now what do we get here? That's interesting. Yeah, so here we have a little melody thing in the original file, so you can hear how a very small change makes a big difference there. So you could, you could try making like a little melody thing with that. In fact, I'm fine with this. I have a long file already that I want to use because there's some good bits in there. I haven't chopped it up yet, but we can just go through and find a couple of good sections. But this is basically the whole idea of what I've been doing and how I create these things. And just messing with the different parameters here is gonna change how it sounds, obviously. And depending what you throw into it, you're gonna get so many different results. I don't know. Take that koala call. Oh, that's an MP3. I was gonna say take the koala mating call, but... Or you can even make them plucky. And like right now I'm just doing everything by hand, right? But you can just as well, I don't know, use the ARP or whatever, use one of these step things or the function here. Use the sequencer maybe. Use that. Can you connect that to? I'm not sure. I don't want to do it right now, but you can do all kinds of stuff with that. Like, I don't know, if we map this to the start position, and now we start creating some shapes in here. Can we... Draw mode? Ah, yeah, perfect. Like, if we start doing this... See? You can instantly just start coming up with an interesting thing. So this is so handy to kickstart ideas. It's like, it's just a no-brainer. If you're looking for ideas, there you go. Don't like it? Take a different piece of music. Don't like it? Take another one. See, and you can really easily come up with something. So if you're stuck, this thing is so good. You can just hear that almost anyone that I throw in there is gonna work. I actually quite like it. Presets, yeah, right here. It's just, yeah, it's just intro sequence making. Woo! Spicy. And then, yeah, you can see how that could totally work for something. I'm sort of like thinking what the key is. I think it's D that we're in. Or it's G. Yeah, the reverb, that's just a preset in, one of my own presets for Vintage Verb, which is gonna come out soon. I'm making a preset pack for Vintage Verb. You just get such interesting results. And yeah, it's you can I can literally play with this for hours, like. New piece of music, and you get something completely different again. But as long as you take like a piece of music, you should get stuff that is that works with each other. You just have to figure out what the key of it is. See, like. It is obviously all from the same track, so it works with each other as long as there's like no key change happening in the track. And if you then just figure out what the underlying key of it is, then you can make it work. D sharp, I think. Or not. C minor. Yeah, C minor. So you just have to figure, and that's not something I can teach you. You can just do the same thing as what I just did, basically. Just take a piano, take a sound, sine wave, or something that is easy to hear, so sol, square, something like that, and then just start playing on the piano, and you'll really quickly figure out which notes sound right and which ones don't, basically. And sol is a little weird though. I don't really like a sol because of the harmonics. I usually just pick a sine because it honestly works best. See, I started with D sharp. I thought it was D sharp, but that's the minor third, so it kind of makes sense that I thought of D sharp, but it's actually just that C below it. Yeah, C minor works, so... And you can do that for any piece of music. That's the only thing you're gonna have to do. But now, because we know this is in C minor, like you can take any position here, and it shouldn't matter. Like, okay, maybe that one does. That section there, I'm not sure what's happening there, but that makes a weird thing. it's storming outside. Holy shit. Suddenly a lot of wind outside. But yeah, this one definitely works as well. Like, this is a really cool technique. I never really do that a lot, like mapping something like this to a sample, but you can just hear how well it works. Holy shit. You guys probably can't even hear me anymore. Ah, it's hailing. Nice. Nice. I can't even hear Ableton properly anymore. Anyways, let's do a little save. Yeah, it's suddenly started hailing and raining really bad, but whatever. Should we try maybe make something with one of the ones that I made earlier? Not this one, but I made one this afternoon. Basically the one from the first sample that I showed, that Japanese kind of thing. Well, I would kill for some hotter weather right now, to be honest. I hate fucking cold, so I'm not really too much enjoying the current weather. It's like really shitty, rainy and stormy right now. We've had like 2 storms already, and this is the 3rd one in like 3 days. It's like storm after storm just coming in from the ocean right now. So it's like, pff, can we get a break, please? You know. Like, it would be nice to be able to open my window just a little bit, get some fresh air in here, but it's just been non-stop raining today. It's like, and not even a little bit, but just like crazy amounts of rain. So yeah, sucks a little. Yeah, we're still in that same folder. I'll just put it there. I think it'll be the same tune. Or no, it's not. Let's make a new, it's a new file. Oh yeah, Japanese chords, whatever, V1. It's not even specifically Japanese things, but whatever. It came from a Japanese piece of music, and that's what matters, so... So this is one of those long files, as you can see. And it's basically this one. Now, I know it's in G. What does it sound like in F? Yeah, so we need to find a good sounding note that we like to start off with. Like I said, I know that this is in G, but we are going to check real quick. Oh, that one was nasty. Yeah. Yeah, definitely G. G minor. Doesn't matter if it's harmonic minor or natural minor, can both work. But it's in G. So yeah, what should we start with? It's kind of a nice tone. I'm looking for one that sounds nice on G, basically that plays G. That I like to start with. Oh, what's happening here? Too bad of that hi-hat that's in that file though. There's areas where there's no hi-hat sound, so we need to use those. Like... See, that's a bit of short section, but whatever. Can make it work. I think there's better ones later in the file though, but... Here it's playing a C underneath. Yeah. It was this file, right? Let's go to the back. Yeah, that sounds beautiful. That's F. What is that? F major? Or minor? Or is it D? Minor. Sure, but we can analyze it with Melodyne. This part sounds really nice. Like, this section is really good. to show you what I mean. So we can just take that, just drop it here. And let's just see what Melodyne tells us. So, like we can take Melodyne if you really want to be sure. Especially if it's like such a dense thing with multiple things happening. Melodyne can sometimes really work to tell you what something is. So do that and just let that record into Melodyne. And right away it's gonna tell you what it is. It's along the same tone, so we don't even need the entire section, but like if we just do this now, see, we can right away see what this is playing. So we can see the entire chord. We can just find out like, okay, this is playing A sharp, B flat. B flat. B flat with... yeah, it is playing an F as well, so... got that F in there. Looks to be a faint little bit of A sharp in there as well. Well, that is A sharp, of course. Oh yeah, that higher A sharp is just a copy of the low note. And then D and F. So basically that chord is what this is, this part of the sample. So, what is that? A flat major. Yeah, or B flat major, sorry. So, that's not one for the first chord. But it's a nice sound. Let's see what else we have. See, I wish there was no hi-hat in this file, then it would be so fucking good. But that hat just makes it... fuck. I thought there were a lot of parts without the hat though. Where are they? It's pretty good. See? Here we have these sustained sections without the hat part in it. So that one is pretty good. Please tell me you have that one as well. There we go. Don't mind that if there's a little bit of that hi-hat in there, but as long as there's not a lot of it, it's good enough. Like that's too much, right? That just sounds... can be nice for a little effect somewhere, like maybe at the end of a thing, can maybe have that come in a little bit, but not for like a sustained sound. Oh, that one sounds nice too. Like maybe that start, like, can be nice, you know? There's a little picks there, maybe. Okay, that section is pretty good. What else do we have here? So here there's a whole bunch of good sections, so let's just grab those real quick. Yeah, that's the same one as that, so let's just do that. And then... this section is nice too. Okay, so that. And then we're gonna analyze this in just a bit, see what the underlying chords are. There we go. I actually quite like that as well. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Ooh, there is a section here that's really clean, but it's really short. That long. That's not really good, but... oh, this one is pretty similar. Oh, it's not the same, but it's pretty similar. Actually, let's leave that in there. But like, okay, let's take a couple of these sections now. Like that. And now we can literally just figure out what these are. Just put them a bit closer together. And they're all sustained tones, right? These are all sustained notes. There's no pitched changes in these files, in these clips. They're all nice sustained bits of ambience that we can use, but there's a chord hidden in all of these, so if we want to write a chord progression out of it, or an intro, then we want to figure out what these chords are so that we can make use of it logically, I guess. And this should even work so good that if we just do this, it's even gonna find out everything. Like, it's gonna tell us, like, right away. I'm not sure if it's gonna be really accurate, but we can see. So that's recording. It looks like it has stopped raining a little bit outside, so I'm gonna quickly open my window real quick and hopefully be able to not get rained on and get a bit of fresh air. I'll quickly go take a piss while that's recording, and then when I come back it's done. He doesn't need to piss. I'll see you guys in just a bit. Made it. Just in time. So, now, this should tell us exactly what all these notes are, and what all these clips are doing. So let's see if it actually does. Give it a little bit of time while it detects all of those things. And we can even export the MIDI, and just put that in Ableton if we want. So, we can now see, and it's gonna lag, but that's fine. So it's even gonna try and tell us what it is right here at the top, but I find it's not always correct. Got some interesting stuff here, though. We have this entire first section. There's E in the bass notes. Then here it goes to D. Then to C sharp here for a while. And then we have a C at the end. No G in this whole area. Probably because in this area of the track there is no stuff happening in G. Like there's no G bass note in the part that I sampled. But I kind of want to have a section with G so that we can start with G. But it's fine. It's fine. We need more. Sorry. That's pretty good. Ooh. Yeah, we need a couple of more sections. We need some... Oh, thunder now as well. Nice. Thunder. Ooh. That underlying bass note is nice. It's a bit messy with the hi-hat on top, but... I'll grab it still. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Come on. Do you hear the tone of that? Please do we have it with the without the hi-hat. Ooh. Very brief moment here. Where it's clean. That sucks. That's too short. See, if that hi-hat was not in there, then this would have been such a sick area. Here you have that brass sound in it. Dun, dun. Let's see what we have here. So now it still has all of that. Let me actually just get rid of it because it's otherwise gonna lag even more. It already lagged a lot, so let's just record these couple of ones. See what these are. This one is clean as fuck. This one sounds really clean. I do like the tone of it. This one as well. But I thought there were a lot more parts in that file which didn't have the hi-hat in it. Because I remember sitting there, resampling it, and just letting it rest on every part where there was no hi-hat, and I don't hear those in the file, so either I am going through the wrong file, or, I don't know, I'm having a brain fart, that's also possible, but... Anybody knows any DMB hi-hat pattern tutorials? Not specifically. I wouldn't really think about it like that. I would just think about hi-hats like, what do you have in terms of a kick and snare pattern, and what hi-hat pattern complements that kick and snare pattern? That's how you should be looking at it. Oh, we do have a lot of G here. That area. So this to that. This to that is basically all in G. It's all playing, yeah, just playing regular G minor right there. Okay, okay. Let's see if we can make something from it. So if that is in G, I like the sound of that. So we can just fade this into there to make it longer. So let's say we are gonna have this one as the first one in the intro. So let's just extend that a bit. Fade that as well. I do find you have to boost the fades a little bit up so that you get more level there, because otherwise it kind of dips a little, which is a little annoying. Now notice this is also the dry version, so this doesn't have the reverb on it that I used when I resampled it. Let's put an auto filter on this. Okay. Let's bring in some kind of element that is synth-based so that we have something underneath it. Let's grab a vital. So you can already hear how we are building a vibe here with this, even if it's just at one single chord. Now, the beauty is going to be when we're going to change things. So all of these are in the key of G, right? So we can... Like, let's say that one. We can make sure that the automation here is locked. Then we can just start messing with this. So let's see where it feels right, where something would change. Let's also give this one a bit more, like that. I still feel like it should still continue with this one. Let's just do that. Fade that into that one. Now this is 16, right? 32 already. Ooh. Oh. Then we might want to do a change. We need to bring some drum and bass drums in as well, so we can kind of feel how it feels in terms of the drums. Just a light drum pattern. Ooh. Light drum pattern. Samples. Drums. Loops. Rex maybe. Do we have? Something light. all too much. Could work for now, maybe, just to keep the tempo a little bit. Bum, 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 bum. Something coming in around here. Like, and right now I would still be doing this in very basic instruments as well, to just kind of get an idea of what would work. So let's say here, I'm kind of hearing something come in that does, well, we could do that maybe. Dun, dun. See something on that. We need a sound for it, but something like that. On those pitches, just on G. And then here we need a change in chords. But what? I'm hearing A sharp first. And then maybe this can actually stay on G, but we'll see that. So let's see, A sharp. I'm going to quickly, well, not quickly. That's not going to be quick, but I'm going to make this easy for myself because this lags like fuck when we have all the notes in there. I'm going to record this entire thing. You might be like, what? Yeah, we're going to record 4 minutes of this, and then I'm going to bounce the MIDI, or export the MIDI and put the MIDI in Ableton underneath these chords, so I can see from the MIDI what everything is without having to open up Melodyne. So 4 minutes of this. Sorry, but we're getting 4 minutes of that. And if there's any questions, ask them now. Trying to detect the chords. Remember seeing a video of Melodyne like 10 plus years ago and my mind was blown. Yeah, Melodyne is absolutely phenomenal for this kind of stuff. But also to pitch correct vocals and all of that. But just to kind of figure out what the stuff is that you sampled or resampled, it's so good for that. Like, especially like this, because there is so much, because it's granular stuff, right? We're doing granular resampling, basically. And it picks, a lot of times it picks, like, multiple notes for the grains. There's, like, multiple notes within the audio at once where it's picking the grains from. So the beds of ambience that you get are also sometimes going to be like weird clusters because you just ended sort of like in between a transition between two chords and now it's picking pieces from both chords, for instance. So you might get weird clusters and it can be really difficult to figure out what it is that you sampled, but you might really like the sound of it. And this can make it so much easier because you just record it and yeah, I'll show you at the end. You just export the MIDI and you're done. That one is sick. This one is really good. This is a chord change, and we definitely need to use that somewhere. This as well. Same underlying bass note, I think, but different top stuff, so again, same kind of vibe. Another chord change. Like, if you don't fancy doing it this way, though, you can do it in a different way as well. You don't have to chop up your entire long file. You can literally just put it into a sampler and just scroll through, set up a loop so that it loops, and then just scroll through and find a section where it loops nicely and where it sounds clean, and then just figure out what the note of that is. And then when you need a different section, just duplicate the sampler, scroll through a different section in the long file that sounds nice, and find out what that is. So you can do that as well, but I kind of like this, knowing what all the chords are, so I can just you know, look at the MIDI and say like, oh, I need this chord, I need that chord. Oh, here the bass note of my Reese or whatever I have goes to, I don't know, B flat. Look at the MIDI of these resampled bits and just say like, oh, there, the bass note is B flat. Let's see if one of these pieces works. But hey, sometimes it can even be nice to take a section that has like a different chord than the bass note that you're playing, and sometimes it still works. So definitely play around and experiment. Okay, it's gonna take a little bit of time to detect all of that. It's quite a bit. Melodyne tends to get a little bit laggy when it has a lot of information in it, so if your computer isn't that good, then you might not be able to do this for such a long file. Keep that in mind. Okay. There we go. I'm not even gonna zoom out and take all the bits. I'm not even gonna do that. I'm just going to save as MIDI and go to the project file. Just resampled chords MIDI, and then just delete all of these again so Melodyne doesn't lag. And we can even take Melodyne off completely. Just create a new MIDI track right here, and in the project file I have this now. All we have to do is align that, so just do that. And now we just have it here, so we just got all these MIDI notes. Which there's a lot of them, but we can sort of like roughly see what it is. Like that. And it lags a lot less than Melodyne does, so that's good. So, I feel bass going to B flat, so... Do we have a section with B flat? We do, right here. Right around here. These two are B flat. There's the hi-hat in this one though, but let's see. Let's see what we get if we put that one right there. Now, we can literally just fade these into each other, so And the longer the fade, the smoother that transition is going to be. It's not even that bad. F, maybe? See, it sometimes even works when you just have the same chord underneath it, or above it. Like if you just take that out. But let's see if we have something in F here. Oh, all the way at the end. All the way at the end. Just that last part, I think. These two. Oh. But just to see, we can literally just go in here and take a different position. See, and you can do it that way as well. You don't have to go through and cut everything up. You can do it like this as well. And just trial and error. Right, you can just loop this section and say like, okay, we're looking for a good section, for a good one for this. And now just start moving this through until you find something you like that one. And it's just a lot of trial and error, finding good bits. Fading them into each other. I'm not really a big fan of this one. That might be better. Should we do? Ta-da. Really low, but I really like that though. Okay, let's get some more drums going. Set some more vibes. Okay, what is the pitch of this one? C, we are in G, so we want to have +7 or 0. No. So now it's playing D. Wait, what is this connected to? Why? want that. There we go. Okay, let's that doesn't work. Okay, let's do... This one is gonna listen to that track and that track. Yeah, that's fine. Let me move these out of the way. Just for now, so that we have a very basic sound here. See, that bass note's going to A sharp, but that is going to F. Actually, okay. So here. Thinking about what we can do here. Let's just do this. Let's see where this leads us. What are we gonna use? That sounds good. See, now it's looking for the last little bit there. That's pretty good. I like what comes afterwards here. So let me do this. What are we gonna do here? D. Goes to C sharp there. Okay, I don't like those drums, so let's find something else. Some percussion thing that we can use. I do really like that. It's not good for this one, but I really like that pattern. Actually. Okay, I'm not entirely happy with it, but I do like this right here, so something like this. So you can kind of hear the chord coming in a little there, and then the kick. I'm not too sure where the thing changes here. I think that needs to be in a different spot. I mean, good work there, but not sure what this one sounds like. Huh, not that bad. Not too bad, actually. It's D sharp. Should be D, but it is D sharp. Well, then now it's D. See, I'm thinking about that. It could also be the pattern. Let's actually do this real quick. Slice the new MIDI track. Are still people watching, or is everybody just really quietly watching? Because the chat hasn't changed for like an hour. So now we have this, and then we can very easily change the pattern. So I am gonna leave this here so that we still have it. Wait, what was the... Oh, that might be better, yeah. Having those there, and then these again. Ooh, I like that. Could maybe even do it with like just a single kick, so we have just a kick on the first beat, like. Yeah, I don't like this chord change. Like, it works, but I think we can do a better one. But I do like the overall vibe of this whole pad. This thing is beautiful. It just sounds so much better than when you would start with a synth, right? It just right away has this... As that filter opens up, it just has that interesting sound to it because you hear these little bleeps and details happening. Which just make it so much more interesting. That end is so good though. That is really nice, that last part. That... And I actually like that that middle one is a little bit unstable. That it's a little bit just getting crazy there. You hear the volume? The volume almost cuts out, but it doesn't. Like the volume just jumps a bit, which is nice. I'm not pitching the sample at all. This is just, I've taken a piece of music, a piece of Japanese jazzy soul music or something like that. Like some really old Japanese music. It was some like 1960s, 70s soul jazzy Japanese music. And just took that and put it into Pigments. And just sat there and just made a gigantic file, which is still here. So... See, so we have all these different bits to choose from. And I'm just taking bits and pieces and layering it on top of a bass note. That creates that sound. So it's literally like most of it. It's pretty much these two together. Like if we take this off. So it's literally just that. Where did you get that sample from? You make it. And I advise all of you to do the same thing. Grab yourself a Granular synth. Grab yourself a piece of music that makes you go, ooh, that's interesting. I like that. And most of the time when I do this, I look for instrumental music, stuff that has, like this one had a hi-hat in it. I can show you the actual track. We can play it without getting too much issues. Is it this one? No, it's not. But it's something like that. This one, I think. Yeah. See, so it's just... And I've just taken that and put it into Pigments. And just started messing with the Granular engine. And just recording a really long file. And that's what we have here now. That's that long file. And I have multiple of these, like... I also have this one. Japanese big epic chords in D. Ooh. Ooh, those are sick too. Ooh, I think I found the file that I was talking about earlier. Oh, do you hear that tone? That's so good. That one with that. Oh, fuck hell, man. We're gonna change the sample. Sorry, boys. We're gonna go to this one. That sounds so fucking awesome. That is just another one of those tunes. So it's just another one of those really old Japanese tunes. I'm not sure which one. There's a ton of them here in my browser. It's one of these ones down here, like an old 60s, 70s tune. And that's basically... Yeah, I'm working on a tutorial about the granular stuff in Pigments. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a tutorial about it. I've already recorded a couple of bits, but I'm not completely done writing the script yet for the video. Like, these days when I do my tutorial videos, you might have noticed it with the minimal audio video, the one about Rift, and I think the one before that as well, is that the videos are now a lot more... well, I don't just wing them anymore like I used to do. Like, normally I would just hit record and just wing it, you know, just freestyle the video, basically. A lot of times when I would be starting doing the tutorial, I didn't even know how the tutorial would end up being, basically. But it doesn't really work that well, you know? You get these really long videos that are really drawn out, and I have to edit so fucking much. Like, I have to edit so many parts out of it, because I'm just sitting there just, oh, that doesn't work, you know, or just something like that, you know, and it just doesn't work. So I just started scripting the videos and then just first thinking about what do I want to say? What do I want to talk about? How can I say that the best way possible so that it's the easiest to understand? And then basically just thinking to myself, writing a script, and then just saying like, okay, so what do I need to record in terms of video for that? Basically. And... yeah, that's what I'm doing now. So that's also what I'm doing for the Pigments tutorial, basically. Just getting, like, not just, like, just demonstrating how does this work? How do you do this? How do you set the patch up? But also, like, what things would work for what, you know, and why you would choose this kind of music to throw into it. Or, you know, just things like, or different use cases of and how could you use it, you know, in context as well. And I think... yeah, that just takes more preparation to do the videos, but it also means that I won't be able to do as many tutorials as, for instance, like some people do. But it does mean that the tutorials that I do are really well thought out, and I think that's always going to be better. Yeah, exactly. I didn't even have to chop it up. It sounded perfect. I now suddenly know which track I was thinking about. I knew I had done another one. I wasn't sure if it was from the same file, but it was from a different file. But it's in D, so that's harmonically related to G. So we can probably make it work. We might even make both of these work in one track. But there were some really good bits there. Like just that one section already that I heard, that was so good. That. There. But like, this is also how a lot of yeah, I know they are in Japanese. They're literally just things from you know, YouTube that are like they're basically all just like old Japanese music and stuff like that. You know, just and I usually pick things that are like some kind of traditional music or some kind of ethnic music or something that sounds slightly different already. You know, like if you take it works well with like other music, of course, as well. You can take anything, but I find taking something that already has a bit more of an interesting sound, like for instance, because they use a different skill that we are not used to that much, or because of the instrument choice or something like that. I find that stuff like that works better because you're already feeding something into it that has a slightly different tone as what people would expect from like Western music or electronic music. And if you throw something like that into it, you're bound to get a lot of more interesting results out of it. So, like, you can also take a piece of classical Western music, you know, take a piece of Bach or something like that and put that into it, and it's gonna work fine. Like you I don't know, take a piece of a church orchestra music or a church organ music or something and put that into it, and you'll get something really beautiful as well. But it's gonna be a lot more predictable in terms of like the notes that are gonna come out. So I find taking something that is just something random, you know, from something completely different place in the world, usually works pretty good. I wonder if you've ever worked with Austrian music before. No, I can't say I have, but what are we gonna get? Flugelhorn or something like that? some dude blowing a horn in the mountains. Hey, I'm up with that. I'm up for something like that one day. Well, Granular synthesis, it basically just takes a piece of audio and it chomps, or you place a playhead or a start position in that piece of audio, and that is the position where it's going to trigger the audio from. And what it's then going to do is it's going to not trigger the audio and just play it. It's going to trigger really short snippets of audio. So let's say 200 milliseconds long, can be anything. But it's going to make really short sections and it's going to loop those. So it's going to, every time, it's basically, or not even loop, because it can, it basically just triggers really short bits of audio from whatever position in the audio file you set it to. And if you leave it there and the grains, because that's what it creates, it triggers grains. That's what these really short snippets of audio are called. If you leave the position in the same spot, it's just going to be a sustained sound based on where in that audio file it's set to. It's not looping though, like I said, because you can have more, because you can introduce more grains to the point where the grains it's starting to trigger are starting to overlap. So you get a really sustained and smooth sound, even though it's creating really short snippets of audio, and every one of those grains gets like a volume curve to it applied as well, and you can, in a lot of granular synths, mess with like the volume curve of every grain as well, so that they, you know, have a different sound. But the beauty is when you start messing with this, with that start position. So when you start, you know, really slowly morphing it through the audio file, or introduce a little bit of randomness to it, like a very tiny bit of random start position, for instance, so that the start position already moves a little bit by itself and it just picks, but not too much though, because you want it to stay sort of like sustained, but get a little bit more unpredictable, so that it's not like, because if you have like no random start position, it's just going to trigger the same position, like it's just going to be the same, right? So then it becomes really static, but as soon as you introduce a bit of randomness, it starts getting really interesting results. And then just morphing that through an audio file, naturally, depending on what you feed into it, you're going to get really interesting results. So I find what works really well, though, is stuff that has like multiple pitches, maybe even chords, instrumental music, most preferably stuff without drums. Vocals work really good as well, like acapellas. You can, if you want to have some like vocal atmosphere kind of sound, some vocal ambient, just download yourself some female vocal from a sample pack. Grab one of your sample pack vocals that you never use because they all sound like shit. Great, those are perfect for this. Throw them into Pigments and turn them into some nice atmosphere. And because it's made from a vocal, it will be an atmosphere that has that vocal tonal quality to it. And the same thing goes, like if you need an atmosphere sound that sounds a little bit like a brass sound or a trumpet sound, grab yourself a brass or a trumpet recording. And it's such an easy way to create sounds that would be very hard to recreate with a synth. And that's what people want, right? That's just think about it. Like when you listen to tracks, the tracks that are going to stick out are the ones that make you go, whoa, that's an interesting sound. How did they make that? And the harder it is to recreate that sound, the more organic it feels, or the more like it needs to have interesting details, right? And the more of that is in there, the higher the chance people are going to have that feeling when they listen to your music. So, and I feel granular synthesis is perfect for that, because you really get basically a lot of that. You get those tiny little details, but non-stop. It's just a lot of that, and you just have to go through and find the best sounding parts. But like any bit in this audio file has a cool sound. Like even that. That's just some that could be a haunting, I don't know, like an old horror movie. Some tension. Detective movie maybe even. Right? It's just whatever. You can I really like these parts with the bass under it. But here you've got something completely different again. See, and that's just me morphing through an audio file to find interesting positions, interesting sections. See, and there you can really hear the grains. So as I move from like a section where there's no higher content happening, like high frequency content, there's only a low sound in the original file that I use in this area. See, there's only low stuff. So this could have been anything. Maybe this was just a single piano note or something, like a low piano note. But then as soon as the higher stuff comes in, you can hear those grains. See? And you're just gonna have endless stuff to work with. Okay, we need to make this one work because this one sounds fucking insane. So, I guess we should find a couple of good sounding sections. How late is it? 11:27. Let's go. We need those. Like this one is nice. It's not too loud. This could maybe work for the first section of the track. Okay, that's a pretty good one. Yeah, it's all nice, like this could even work for the intro, like honestly, before the chords come in fully. Like you can have something like that as an intro. Because it just naturally increases here, right? Like from here until somewhere around here. honestly, like, the whole what is that YouTube channel called? They have a lot of this kind of music on it. Cryo Chamber. Like, I'm 100% sure that the person who makes a lot of the music behind that YouTube channel uses a lot of Granular synths. I'm 100% sure. Like, if you just listen to the stuff that's on that channel, it's just, yeah. And it's very easy to do. Like, you can literally make yourself, like, a 16 or 32 bar loop, and then just export that to audio, put that into Pigments, assign a really slow automation to the start position, so that you basically just turn that 16 bar loop into, I don't know, 128 bar section by just automating that start position through in a linear fashion, and then just put reverb on it and just start messing with the grain size and the grain delay and the grains volume curve and shit in Pigment's Granular engine while it's playing back, and you've made yourself a full track in that style. Like, just literally take a piece of 16 bar stuff with a piano, or some plucky sound on top of it, maybe some strings, I don't know. Have like a couple of chord changes in it after like every couple of beats. Really short, really simple, and then just bam, go. And believe me, it most of the time it'll actually sound nice. It's so easy to make that kind of stuff, if you think about it in a way. Like, these are the nice sounding bits though. That one is just, has such a cool tone. That high note in it. That one is pretty good too. Like, this section here has a bit of more of a subdued kind of tone. A lot of the same stuff. Ooh, that one is really big. Might want to keep that as well. That's actually pretty interesting, what was happening there. Actually really like that. Stuff like that. I'll actually make a different color. Because that can be used as like an effect somewhere or something, you know? Yeah, like that. That could be used as an effect somewhere and kind of spice things up a bit. Like, it's the same sound as this. See? So we can use that in a section where we're using this. And then at the end of it, just take this bit, put that at the end of that, and then fade it into each other, so that at the end you kind of get that little weird thing happening before a transition or something. That's gonna make things more interesting. So there's another one there. Like, that's another similar thing. Oh, that's sick too, that texture. That noisy texture in it. You know what? This entire section is just fucking full with interesting little bits and pieces that fit this sound right here. So good to just keep that entire thing like this. I'm thinking this section here where sort of like changes into that really noisy texture can be really good for like a breakdown or an outro, where it just goes into that, see? And then fade this out. That could be the outro. Heck. That might be the outro for the tune. Then it goes back into that, so that would not work. But, you know, like, could fade it out from like here during this one, so that it ends on silence here, so that during that fade out it kind of morphs into this, which is a bit more darker in terms of the tone. But it's a beautiful sort of like change here. From that into that, you get that noise, that crackling, and then it goes into that, which is really nice. Like, if we just do this, see? That could easily be an outro for your tune. So yeah, that's just how I look at these things. It's just, you're looking for bits and pieces that make me go, ooh, that's nice, that sounds cool. Like this builds here, so let's see, that could maybe work for like a... Honestly, like this tone is pretty good for a build-up, or some kind of a section where you need to build tension. Because it has that high note in it, and there's not too much else going on. It's just that high tension-rich note there. And then that's good. With that bass coming in. There was a little restart there. But that sounds pretty cool here, this. Somewhere maybe up until about here. I'll leave this entire section in. That was pretty cool as well. Still looking for the... Oh, here it has a bit of... I need to piss again. You guys are gonna listen to this one real quick while I'm gone, which is slightly different from the one that we're listening to, but I don't want you guys to hear new stuff, because I want to experience it with you guys. I'll be back in just a bit. Okay. This section is also really good, you know? This whole fucking section is just amazing for like little effect sections and breakdowns. There's just a lot of interesting bits happening there. Yeah, we already have that. Like we have... Yeah, I guess we can take another one of these because they... Let's grab that. That one sounds pretty big. That's nice. This one sounds good too. Oh, right to about there. Heh. Here's some really good parts, so like that's a nice tone. I like how it grows. Gets more atonal. It's nice. That's the one we needed. That one. So this is a nice transition from this into that sound. We might be able to use that. So let's make that green. And then this is that tone. Yeah, this tone is really good in combination with that other one that we had earlier. And it's long, so that's good. And it's clean. Okay, here there's some higher stuff coming in. So let's take that section. And then this is the same thing, but with a higher thing on top. I mean, we can just take this. Here it starts drifting a little. That's a decent tone. There we go again with that one. That one is so good. Kind of cool. Kind of morphs a little bit between two things here, but that's pretty cool again. That is. That's a pretty long rising section here. Oh, that's a pretty good one. That entire section. Nice end. Just leave this as well, this entire section. Guess we can just do that. So I think we have enough because we have the right tones in here. There's some more stuff here that's pretty cool, but what is this? This rise thing here. That's pretty nice too. Ooh. That's a different tone. Same. that one. Might be some cool stuff at the end there, but for now, let's just grab all of this. And let's remove all of the ones in between. Let's see, there's some pretty cool ones in here. And you know which ones we are gonna use first. Let's move them all nice together. That. Okay, let's see. We had which one? Okay, that one works really well with this one. Dun, dun. Yeah. Let's try those two. And then that one. One moment. That was the mosquito. Mosquito fled inside. we don't want that. No mosquitoes during the night here. Please not. So these sound pretty cool. So already we can just do this. Then we should already get the feeling. Honestly, this could be the tune, like literally this repeating over and over. In terms of the chord structure. Maybe one extra one coming in somewhere. That one sounds nice though, it's really big. That one is nice. Kind of like that as well. Yeah, that is pretty good. That's that loud one. That one is also really good. That will also fit with that. That one will fit really well. Yeah, okay, so these. Something from these. Like that can be intro. Like, let me actually quickly take this one here. Wait, I can just take the ones that I grabbed for it, which is this one. No. That one. And then this one. Yeah. So now I have all of them. And let's just put Melodyne on this and just quickly check what this is. Because these are really good. And these can be a tune. 100%. I would listen to this. Well, we're just doing sound design at the moment for now today. We're just gathering sounds and making things and seeing what we can use. But this, at the moment, this is giving me ideas. So... should have made the gap smaller, but it's fine. Like this one could be good for like the epic big section. That's the same note. That is a different bass note, I think. And that is nice. This could be a good tone for the intro as well. Almost there. Yeah, this is the updated Melodyne, indeed. I think, at least. I think it's the last version, I'm not entirely sure, but... it works, so that's fine with me. Okay, let's see what it has given us. Okay. Is this an F minor or C major? See, it's telling me that this section is C major and this section is F minor, but I don't really trust that a lot. It's not always correct. Does seem to be right here. F major. That's the major sound in it. F, C sharp, and more F here. So it seems to be going between F and C sharp. Yeah, C or D flat major here, C sharp major, D flat major, and this is F major. Why is it telling me F minor then here? That's so weird. Because there is minor here. So there's probably some kind of a, I don't know, some kind of a key change happening in the original piece of music, which is fine. But, okay, let's say we are in F, though. So there changes to F. Or C sharp, my bad. Yeah, so that is C sharp. Up until here. Yes. That's all the same note. Same underlying bass note, and this is the same as these ones. As this. So let's make that one a different color. Like that. Maybe like that. So these are that, and these are that. Let's move this a little bit out of the way as well. Get rid of all of these. So this is all... Fuck. Which one was C sharp? Which one was F? This one was F. Yeah. Oh. That sounds the same though. Oh, that one belongs to this, I think. Oh wait, no, Melodyne is on here. My bad. So that's all the same bass note. These two sound kind of similar. And that is those. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Don't mind the clicks, we will fix that later. Let me just quickly do this so that it won't click. And then take that. I'm not sure. They do sound similar, but whatever. Doesn't matter. We'll just make it work. And these I need to fade them properly, but we'll do that in just a bit. We just need to find the right ones first. Yeah, change the tone a bit. Change the tone a little here. Okay, let's do these fades properly. So if I select this and then do Control Alt F, bam, there you go. Control Alt F, Control Alt F. What the fuck is that? Alt R? Why the hell? I didn't even hit Alt R. The hell? F. Okay. It's a little bit better. We'll take that bass note off because we'll add our own bass, so we don't need it. We really only need that. Maybe a little bit. Just like that. Dun, 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 dun. I'm hearing so many interesting stuff for this. This could be really cool. Let's take ourselves, I guess, just this one. Let's remove these notes. These notes. This is probably gonna start somewhere a little later, but we'll see. So let's first find out the bass notes for this. It's a G sharp. Oh no, F of course. Weird. It's at C sharp, right? Let's see how that sounds if we... Might have to tune it a little. Because that doesn't sound right. Okay, one moment. Let me grab something else. Something that is a bit more easy to hear. Vital. And just a saw wave with some unison. That is what it is. I feel. No. Oh, wait. Huh? It's both F. It's just F. Yeah, but we can do all kinds of stuff underneath it. This is gonna be fun. Lower. There we go. We need a bit of a racy boy. Let's do 12 here. Bring you down. Let's do that. Give it a bit of key tracking, maybe. Nice. That's a vibe. That's B flat to F. It's literally this to that. Dun, dun. What if we do? Dun. Okay, I like that. I like that. This is probably gonna come in later. Now let's see if we just take this one, just copy that to here. Okay, this is 48? Yeah, that's 48 bars. Okay. I think that could be a good length for the intro, and then we need to sort of like go into a build-ish section. But this is a vibe though. Lopez resampled chords. Or I should probably call them granular chords. Granular chords. This one, don't really care about it anymore. Goodbye. This is the old bit. These, and these are not important. It's a different sample. That one is not important. That one is also the other sample, yeah. This as well. Okay, so that can be a placeholder. Let's move that up. There we go. So let's see what we do with the drums. They're definitely going to be used because this one works. but not here. Yeah, I think, let's see. Ooh. Ooh. That is a nice one. Let's C sharp. Works under that chord. I'm kind of hearing that one after it, so we get... Oh, wait. Let me do this. So that at the end there it does... which is harmonic minor. We're gonna have to change that chord. This one. But... what if we just quickly make one? What if we put a new audio track? Put this thing on the new audio track. Come on. Damn it! Align to the grid. There you go. So if we take this, with maybe a little bit extra, like that, and put a melodyne on it. Where are you? Right there. Yeah, so what if we grab ourselves that, and that, and that. Doesn't really work. Let's see. Let's try that one. Ow. Okay, that one is not gonna work. Melodic, that's monophonic, right? Yeah. Damn. I hoped we would be able to change this into... But it's not finding all of the... Like, there's probably bits of this F note here where it cuts out, hidden in these other clips. Yeah, it's not really working, but let's give it a shot. Freeze. I'm not sure if there's a harmonic minor section in that original track that we can sample. This is probably gonna sound a little weird. Oh. But we can try. Kinda worked. A little. But it's a little fucked. Yeah. It's a little fucked. Don't like it. Yo, Chinny-chan. Why does it distort so much? Just a low pass kick, yeah. Why you distort? Well, that's better. Maybe because there's no sidechain. That might be it. Dynamics compressor. Let's just put this Reese in a group. Yo, didn't I? Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. Sidechain kick, yes. Oh, I was like, where is that coming from? That's that. There you go. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Bit too much kicks. Like maybe here the drums could come in. Like that. Right away, vibes. That one little first hat though, I think is really annoying. Let's just replace it with that. Much better. What can we do here? And one more time, this. Oh, get rid of that one. Let me mute you, mute this as well. Okay. Like, I like this as a start. This is just perfect. Like, I might even have the first part, like, literally just have that first one. So, like this. Like, literally just have this. Maybe up until here. So that we get... maybe even all the way up until here. Too bad there's nothing in here that's low. There's a little bit. It's just very quiet. Kick and snare pattern for half time? Just drum and bass, but half the speed. Basically, hip-hop beats. Think hip-hop beats. That's what you need. Like if you if your regular drum and bass pattern would be boom. That's maybe a bit long. Let's do this. Regular drum and bass pattern would be this. But then a snare drum right here. Half time. Move the snare drum 1 beat to here. And then start messing with another snare drum there. So on the 3rd beat instead of the 2nd. And then just start messing with the extra kicks in between here. So like, I don't know, something like that. See, that's like your halftime thing, right? Because if we do this, I'm just doing it with a kick drum right now, don't worry. Normally you would do this with a snare drum, of course, but... See, that's your regular drum and bass pattern. Move this to here, and that one away. And then move this to there, and that there, maybe. Halftime. It's literally that simple. It's literally just, it's in the word. Halftime. But it really shines when you start doing stuff with like halftime drum and bass stuff. Think about, like I said, think hip-hop beats. That works best. Because in a way, if you take a drum and bass break, slow it down to half the tempo, you got a hip-hop beat. And to prove that, let me just take one drum and bass break or something. One in audio, please. Let's find a good one. Come on. Yeah, let's just take one for example. Just take that. So this is at a drum and bass tempo, of course. Right? So if we loop that. On repitch mode. And now let's do 2 times 2. See how that's literally just almost like a hip-hop type drum? And the same thing goes if you go for like an actual drum and bass sample pack. So like, that might be a bit much. Okay, these are all fucking crazy. Come on, give us a nice drum and bass drum pattern. Drum loops. Yeah, for instance. Times 2. Like, it's obviously very low pitched. Too low pitched, but you can hear how drum and bass is literally just hip hop sped up. See, it's literally just the same as a hip hop beat, but then you just speed it up. And the only difference with hip hop would be is that you get more swing in the drums. But because drum and bass is so quick, you don't really have a lot of time to do swing. So you usually don't have all that much swing. And if there's swing, it's going to be very subtle. But if you're going halftime, you got more space. There's more space in between each kick and snare, so you can get away with sloppier swing. And that's when halftime is all about like doing interesting swing. But see how it's literally just a hip hop beat? Right? It's a bit slow maybe, if we speed it up a little. This son, given this son. This son, given this son. Wake up the gay son, the gay son. Because this is given this son. You know, it's just I'm not a rapper, but I can come up with a flow. Like, that's not a big deal. And it's yeah, it's the same thing. So if you ever are having trouble with making drum and bass, slow things down and make some hip hop beats. Do that first because it will help you. Like, I come from a hip hop background. Like, I used to make hip hop beats when I started out making music, so I know what that stuff is all about, and I know that it definitely helps to know stuff about hip hop production, because it's the same thing. Well, not exactly, of course, but it's the same thing in terms of the beats. And if you know how to manipulate the hits and the timing of hits when it comes to making hip hop drum patterns, you know how to do it for drum and bass as well. It's just that you need to speed it up, and because it's quicker, you need to start thinking about, okay, I have less space to do things like swing and all that, those kind of things. But at the core of it, the pattern is the exact same. So yeah, slowing down breaks is fun, or speeding them up. Like if you have some hip hop drum beats, like I don't know, I'm not sure if I have ones here, but like, oh yeah, actually I do. Like, that's just a hip-hop drum beat, but you can do it the opposite direction as well, of course. That's really slow. But see, and this one has a lot of very crazy hi-hats in it, but if you have one that has just like an 8-note hi-hat, like these are all fucking crazy. I would look more for like boom bap kind of hip hop stuff. Boom bap beats. Like take a beat like that. And hip hop beats can very well also work as drum and bass beats. You might have to chop them up. But if finding the right one, it can definitely work. Have you seen DJ Premier's So Was Up series? No, I haven't. I need to take a quick leak, so I'm gonna do that right now. Let me grab a piece of music for you guys. I'll grab the big epic Japanese chord sample, the one that we are using right now. You can listen to that. I'll be back in just a bit. Alright. Have fun listening to this. Oh, was the mic muted? My bad. I think there might be some other things happening in that file, in that original file. Like, I'm gonna go through it, I think, one more time, this file, after the stream. Or even find out which sample I used for it, and then do it again in Pigments to kind of see if I missed something, or if I missed some good parts, because a lot of these parts are very similar. And I kind of feel like I might want to see if there's another chord in there. I'll probably just record the original piece of music in Melodyne, see what the underlying chord structure is, and see if I missed any chords, and then just go to that position and see if I can make some other bits from that. Because I think we need like one extra chord. Like one extra chord in that pad layer that just changes ever so slightly, like maybe here at the end or something, or somewhere halfway through, just to kind of keep things interesting. But this sample, this is a vibe. That's a vibe. 100%. And here we need to start building up. What we need here probably is some synths coming in, some solve synths. So like if I just quickly grab Vital and then literally just grab this. Come on. Not sure what we're gonna do here. Don't want to do the octave, because then we're gonna get that very clean sound. But you can kind of see what I mean, right? We need some kind of a bass coming in like that. Multiple notes. Then you can... Like, that first one sounds good. Like, and if you imagine that with a little bit of, I don't know... See, something like that. And then probably even have like the top notes played by something else, so you just get the bass. And then something else on top of it playing the higher notes. So yeah, this is gonna be a lot of playing around with this, that's for sure. I mean, you can play chords if the notes are far enough apart. And as long as you don't do any distortion, you're going to be fine. But as soon as you start distorting this, you get all kinds of other stuff. And the best, you can hear that the best when you use sine waves. So if you just basic shapes, both of these. And then let's just focus on one for now. Like, that sounds good, right? But the moment you start distorting this, see, it starts creating extra harmonics. But because we're feeding two notes into it that are different, it's not creating the harmonics you would normally get with distortion. Like, you're basically creating what is this called again? There is a name for it. Something modulation. Intermodulation, I think. It's basically when you have two pitches, and when you distort them together, it's not going to create the harmonics based on the pitches you feed into it, but it's gonna create harmonics based on the difference in pitch between the two notes. So, let's say you, right here we've got that A and an F, or A sharp and an F. So the pitch difference of these two notes in hertz, that is the frequency it's going to create harmonics of. That's the easiest way to understand it. So these two notes obviously have a difference in terms of pitch, and that pitch difference can be calculated in hertz, right? So normally, if you just have one note and you start distorting that, it's just going to create harmonics based on that note, right? We just create harmonics that are coming from that frequency. So It sounds correct. It sounds musical in a way. It's just... Right? It's just nice distortion. When you start doing chords, because you have these pitch difference between the notes, that's where it sort of like... It can still sound nice, though. It depends which note you use and distort together. A perfect fifth works really good. Major third works pretty good. There's a couple of other ones that work. And the ones that are not really that good can still work if you do it right. But because you have two notes, it's now taking the difference between the notes, and that difference is what it's going to use to create the harmonics from. So you get basically harmonics that are not related to the two notes that you're feeding into it. Well, kind of they're still related. The harmonics are just related to the pitch difference between the two notes, as opposed to the notes itself. But I guess that still makes them... I guess they're still related to the notes, though, because without these two notes, we wouldn't get the harmonics we get now if we play this and distort it. Like if we have any other two notes, it's going to create different harmonics. Now, because this is a perfect fifth, I think, is it? It's a major third. Yeah, it's a major third, but the third is at the bottom. It still works, but like if we take a minor third, do you hear that? That's a... See, but the further apart they are, the better it sounds. That kind of works. That's the minor third. So, but you can hear how it's using... It's creating interesting sort of like extra frequencies. And you can hear it as well. You can see it as well. Like if you take two notes, two sine waves, slam them through a distortion and look at it on like a spectrum analyzer, you'll see that it'll start creating peaks below the lowest note that you fed into it. So like if you take, I guess we can see it as well. If we take a sine wave, if we take just one sine wave, a nice low one here, something, maybe F, well, not too low, maybe F2, something like that. Let's put an EQ on it. So we can see that frequency there. And then let's take another note. Let's do the perfect fifth. So we have these two, maybe even an octave up. So we get that. And then if we start distorting this, should we grab something easy that is easy to show? Maybe the Melda wave shaper or something. Distortion wave shaper, that should work. That way we can just easily bring this up. Like if we just start adding distortion here. Why is it not showing? Because it's after the EQ. Oh, it's not actually making one below it. Interesting. Sometimes you would also see one below it. Maybe it depends which note you feed into it. Like I haven't done this a lot, so bear with me if it doesn't work. But if we take different note, yeah, see? So if the notes are like if it's a perfect fifth, well, you can kind of see it. See how that's the lowest note? So the lowest note sits right here. That's where the lowest note sits. Now let's add that perfect fifth. There we go. See how it has created another F note below where our lowest note was? And we can literally boost that up, and we have now another note underneath here that wasn't there at first. And that is basically the result of the pitch difference between the two notes. And if we change this, it's also changing the pitch of that note, see? Now it's right here. Now it's a D note. So we're feeding an F note and a C sharp into the distortion, but we're getting a low D note below it now. See? So that's the result of that pitch difference. And the further these are apart, the lower that extra peak is gonna go. And in fact, we're getting a second one now here. See? There's another one coming in here at around G sharp or G. So don't you need to cause aliasing? No, it's literally just a distortion. The distortion, any distortion will work. Any distortion is going to create harmonics, and it's going to do this depending on, like, if you feed two notes into it. And every time we change that note, it's also going to change these peaks. See, for some reason, now it seems like this one has gone up and the other one has gone down. So these are just the same note again. See, now it's creating a little extra one right after this one. And something down here, but that is becoming a big blob. But there is now another one coming in right there. See, so it because of the difference in pitch, there is now a new frequency. And that frequency is the exact difference between those two. And that frequency is what these harmonics are related to. And that's also why when the difference between the notes changes, that extra harmonic that is created is also moving around. Even though your bass note is still the same. Like, I was just moving the top note around. The bass note, the lowest note, was still the exact same in every single one of those. So yeah, that's something that's really interesting, and that really can yield very interesting results. Especially when you're making bass sounds, and when you're dealing with bass sounds that have like these top layers to them. And depending on which note you use, it might sound good, or it might not sound good. You can emulate distortion to some extent with FM. Yeah, true. I mean, FM kind of is distortion in a way. It works different than regular distortion, but if we're gonna think about how distortion works, then in a way FM is also distortion. You're modulating the phase, and that creates distortion as well. Just as much as how a compressor could be a distortion as well. There's so many things that can be used as distortion, not just distortion itself. Anything with a really quick response time, like a 0 millisecond response time, which some compressors can do, will basically just be a distortion. So, yeah. And the same goes for a lot of things. There's actually a really good video on exactly this stuff on Noisia's Patreon. If you are not a member of Noisia's Patreon, then I definitely advise you to do that. There is a whole video on their Patreon of like an hour long where basically one of the guys from Noisia just breaks this exact thing down with like the wave shaper of Melda. He shows the wave folder, the saturator, and what different distortions do. How that works with multiple notes and with that intermodulation distortion that you get because of the extra frequency. And it's really interesting. And it's definitely something I would advise you to look into. And especially like what different distortion types do to the sound. What, you know, the difference between tape versus tube distortion and stuff like that. Difference between soft clipping versus hard clipping. Understanding these things are really gonna help you a lot when you're designing sounds, because yeah, exactly. Nick has done a bunch of videos about distortion. I watched one recently, which was talking about that thing that we just talked about as well. So that's why it's still a little bit fresh for me right now. But it's something I've been using a lot lately as well. I've been using it a lot lately and playing with it. And I noticed these things as well with these extra harmonics that I was getting, but I didn't really know why. And then when I watched that video, it made a lot more sense. So definitely go watch it. The other one, there's also one, there's also Cohen sound video on there, which was pretty good. Definitely gave me a very interesting look on how much sound design and sort of like pre-production work the guys from Cohen Sound do. Just seeing those project files that they have, where literally like they'll have like 6,000 bars of stuff in a project, and then somewhere all the way at the end there's like 4 minutes of the actual tune, but in that project file there's just hours and hours and hours of stuff that they made for that project, and then they used bits and pieces from all of those sessions that they did to make the final track. And it's insane, because like if you see how Noisia work, they do that as well, but they split it up across projects a lot of times, and it's just like, oh, one of them works on an intro, and one of them works on some bass sound, and another one is making some drums, right? And then eventually it all comes together. But with the guys from Cohen Sound, what I saw is just that there's just this one project file with like a whole bunch of different sections, and like 100 different markers and locators here to indicate the different sections. Like, oh, here we have a little hip-hoppy section, here we have a little funky section, and here we have a section like that. And probably half of it isn't even used in the final track, but doing all of these things led them to the final result. So yeah, it's really cool. Definitely advise you to go either to the Noisia Patreon or the Cohen Sound Patreon. Both do really good stuff on there, so, and definitely nice to see them work and see like how they do, how other people do things. Yeah, but it's just nice. It's nice to see how, like for instance, with some of the tracks Noisia has done in the past and that they broke down on their Patreon, you kind of get to see how many versions it took them to get to that final tune. And a lot of times I feel like when people see, like, for instance, I sometimes get people when they send me a message like, yo, the tune is done, man, you need to release it. And I'm like, tune is done? It doesn't even sound half done to me. And I'm on like version 10 of the project. And then you see Noisia breaking that track down, and you're like, and they're like, yeah, so this one has about 75 versions. That's about a standard amount. And you're like, see, what the hell? Like, but don't worry if it takes a long time to finish a tune. Like, it just goes to show, right? A lot of that tune, and they said as well, like that's a pretty standard amount for them to have like 75, like 60, 70, 80 versions of a project file by the time that they're done, which says enough, right? And the same thing when I then look at the videos that Cohen Sound did about their stuff, which again, they also have a very detailed sound with a lot of tiny details and ear candy and things that make it really cool to listen to. Same to how Noisia does that as well, and a lot of other people. But then seeing how much they did to get there, even if they don't split it up across project, but do it all inside of one project, you still get that same thing, right? It took them a lot of iterations and a lot of work and a lot of tweaks and details and a lot of other things that they made but then didn't end up using to get to the final result. So, and I have a couple of tunes where I'm like, this is a track. This is a track, it just needs to be finished and made better. And I guess I have to to go through a couple of those things and do a couple of more versions in some of the tunes that I'm working on. Anyways, talking about Patreon, if you want to support my streams, you can also support me on Patreon. Link is in the chat right now. I'm gonna stop streaming because it's 1:30 a.m. on a Monday morning now, so it's time for me to stop streaming. I need to work tomorrow as well, so I'll be back again soon though. I really like these intro chord things, so that's definitely going to be used. This is going to be a really nice intro for sure. Yeah, that's gonna be nice. That's gonna be nice. Anyways, that's gonna be it. If you have any more questions, then join the Discord. Link to that is in the chat right now as well. And drop your questions there. I'll be there after the stream as well. I'm gonna be back again soon. Yeah, I need to work a couple of days, I think, this upcoming week, so probably not in one of the upcoming days, but I'll be back probably somewhere halfway into the next week. Probably Wednesday, maybe Thursday. We'll see. I'll let you guys know on Discord and on Twitter. So that's gonna be it. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you guys again soon. Peace.